All stations, Mumbai control. Report position. Monitor ATIS on 124.7. All stations, Mumbai control. Report position. Monitor ATIS 124.7. Acknowledge.
Mumbai
Mumbai
control. Victor Tango Zulu November Victor. Position stand 2. Monitoring, that is information, Bravo.
Victor Tango Zulu November Victor. Mumbai control. Roger. Contact Mumbai ground on 121.6.
Changing over to Mumbai ground. Victor Tango Zulu November Victor.
Mumbai control. Victor Tango Delta Alpha Sierra. Overhead. Active. Inbound. Mumbai. Monitoring on 124.7.
Victor Tango Delta Alpha Sierra. Mumbai control. Roger. Contact Mumbai ground on 126.4.
Changing to Mumbai ground on 126.7. Victor Tango Delta Alpha Sierra.
All stations, Mumbai control. I say again, report positions, monitor ATIS 127.9.
Mumbai control. Victor Tango Golf Romeo Papa. Information Charlie on 127.9.
Yeah, very nice calls, Zanvi, Preetham, and Gurpreet. So report position, you could be anywhere, wherever you were, you have reported your position. Preetham, could you say again your position, just in brief? Where were you? You were inbound, I think, somewhere?
Yeah, I was inbound Mumbai and I was overactive.
Overactive, very
So
good.
Mumbai control was calling, so I thought we would be on air.
Yeah, it's fine. You could have been anywhere. Good idea. You could be on a stand, or you could be taxing or holding anywhere. Good assumption. So that was nice. So it is also possible that if you're on the airport and still control, it is possible to get in touch. The communications are available. And just that if there's any purpose for you to talk with them, then you can always call them and talk to them. They can always reach out to you. That's the reason when we lose communication with our ATC, we try to call all the air traffic controllers available, because we are hoping that, okay, at least one of those channels would be available for me to talk. Very good morning, everyone. Very warm welcome. So how's it going on? Got some decent practice yesterday. Now in the last class, now we are going to practice more. So Usaid, you will be starting. Zanvi, you will be doing a call. And Preetham, I would be wanting you to also do, let's see, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. Everybody has to do calls. Mm, Manan is here, Rohita, Om. Very nice to see all students. Gurpreet, Preetham, Usaid. Sridhar is doing it. Good speed. Zanvi, good call. Zanvi, with respect to the call, when we say we need continuity in our flow of words, where does it impact? It impacts when we have a gap with respect to what we say for a longer time, which is not matching the other rate of speech of the call. So we have to maintain continuity. Otherwise, we feel that probably we could we lost you for a while. We don't know if we have heard correctly or not. So it becomes like a fill in the blank possibility. And Pritam, for you, I liked your call, but now you have to maintain or bring continuity with respect to your gaps between two words or more words should not be equal to or more than the length of the words. So your gaps are as much as your words are. So it seems like you're taking a longer time. So no matter what speed your words are, you reduce the number of the amount of gap you take before you start the next word. You will automatically get a better pace with a good comfortability of writing because you're not changing the speed of your calls. You're just reducing the gap. So I'd want to see those two things in your calls whenever you are doing. Usai, do you have any questions before we get started? Think about it. Then we have Prerit, Rani is here, Nukul is here, Karishma, Sajal, and Suchita. Very nice to see everybody geared up. Mana, nice to see you attend live. I think we are missing a few people. Rohita is here. Gurpreet, rename yourself with your call sign. Anybody has any questions? We're going to get started with the exercise. We will be seeing interesting question papers. Let's see. We could try to put you in a difficult situation. So think about the takeaways from yesterday's last session with respect to what were the things that the pilots were facing, other pilots who were in your position. How did they handle and manage to score good marks? So you can learn from their strengths. Areas of improvements could be individualized. So what could work for someone else might not work for you. You might not require that. You might require something else. So your main focus should be on your areas of improvement. Keep discussing. Instead of just discussing doubts, you should be like, sir, why do you think I'm having this doubt? How can I clear this doubt overall? Is my understanding in the charts not proper? Is my understanding of ATCs is not proper? Why am I always confused between two ATCs? Or why am I confused to not remember which call to give? So how can I work out that? That should be your point of discussion so that we can, in a 10-15 minute conversation, determine a strategy and you can get working on that strategy and then we could take a feedback. That makes more sense, right? The solving papers and giving answers is endless. It is endless with respect to how many dedicated type of questions will you by heart? Think about it. There are about 5 to 10,000 pilots flying right now. They all are talking to ATCs, ATSUs, right? And they all are going through something or the other that could be simulated in your examination. So every minute, if there are 10,000 different situations, think about on a daily basis, right? So you think about that, okay, I'll be doing it in future. Today I have to just do a mock thing. So you actually assume you're going to fly and it's a good experience. To me, this helps whenever I am doing rerouting or diversions in air. Even with respect to simulation, I have to imagine myself being there and understand, okay, this is my route. This is just a basic chart. But then I go back to old times when we had just basic charts, nothing else. So it helps you understand and analyze places. And then you think, okay, weather, 15 nautical miles deviation when I take, if there is weather en route, how much is 15 nautical miles? It's close to 30 kilometers, less than 30 kilometers. 1 nautical mile is 1.85 kilometers. Do you think that big bad weather stretch would exist. So you can analyze looking at it, plus you get a weather radar on which you can actually measure approximate the size of these disturbances en route. So the 15 nautical mile deviation, 15 nautical mile deviation is, as we are assuming it's standard, hoping that it will allow you to bypass that bad weather. Now, if your destination is here, bad weather ahead, then you might want to take left only, because for you to join the route then will be better. But that area should be safe. If I go from this side, doesn't matter. Whatever is better for me. Either I'll get to climb or descend 300 feet. So I understand, okay, I'm going in a safe slot. I have to continue towards my destination on a deviated track. Now, what if I observe continuous bad weather and I required the bad weather deviation for 5 minutes? Generally, we ask for 10 minutes, 5 minutes. I realize I need more time. So I decide to deviate and I decide to continue on the deviated track. So what would I do? I'm here. I know weather conditions are on my left. I'm idly on a different altitude right now. I'll just change it, right? Climb or descend 300 feet. And now I can observe, okay, let's see the weather radar and let's see what I can visually see and everything. And maybe keep monitoring the weather reports, keep talking to ATC about what's the situation with weather, how far is the bad weather going. And then we can decide when to rejoin the route and land, because our mission will not change if it's a bad weather en route. And what the worst that could happen in this situation? You lose contact with ATC. So as a pilot, what would be your duty to do? Something similar to what you would have asked to do and got clearance to do. So you already are asking for something which you believe will be given to you. So it's a good decision made by you. So you have to make these good decisions. So it's very easy to do it when I give you the authority and I tell you, see, you have to do it. If you choose not to be doing it, it's your choice. But that's the ultimate way to do it. So if I give you a plane to fly, you will definitely fly and land it, because then you get the sense of responsibility. So here you have to think about like that. It's very easy. I have to get my way through requests, but the decisions are mine. ATC just has to approve or not approve. If they don't approve, it means it would have not been a right decision with respect to safety. Probably they have a better decision to suggest. They will give me something else. I would listen to it. If I like it, I'll agree. So this is called, you request ATC about something, ATC denies. Then you say that, okay, give me something else. They will propose something else. You want it, you acknowledge it. That is called setting course. They'll give you directions then. And you try and do your diversion or your rerouting with respect to that. So you should master these calls where you can use as many phrases as you can, and these are quick calls. And it's just like you're finding way out. It's very nice that way. And second thing, be aware about the question. Okay, think about it like, okay, what are the mistakes that I don't have to make? Ending with call signs, calling the right ATC. If you're confused between two ATCs, look which is the major control, and try to just raise stations. These days, some people are using go ahead again. And the point about go ahead skipping was in a manual issued many years ago. So in the exams, if examiners are going with go ahead, then you also go with go ahead. If they're not, then it's okay. So see, these little instructions with respect to midair, what do you have to do? You have to keep flying safely. Follow the standard deviation paths. If RCF is there, you deviate on your own. And whenever you deviate on your own, it becomes a pan-pan call. So that is the trick. Whenever you deviate on your own, whenever you do, when do you do it? Enable RVSM plus RCF, or weather deviation plus RCF. You have these codes that can help you. Chalo. See if you have any questions, or else we'll get started with the exercise. Same procedure. We'll go blind. I'll share the paper on screen and I'll take a call sign. We'll see the time on the paper and everybody will follow. What will other people do? Your name can be called anytime, of course. You will be observing. Whenever you see the paper, you will write your own answers to that. Okay. And also you will write the script of the call as it goes. Whatever the pilot says, whatever the air traffic controller says. Okay. I can ask anyone to send me a picture or something with respect to your notes. I would like to see what you're doing. It should be totally uh, a practice of your writing and reading skills also. And the minute paper is done, I'm hoping that many of you all will be standing in queue to discuss terms. Now you have to understand it as a topic that you have to master. Understanding will give you clarity about taking those decisions as to what should I do. And then talking about it is the main criteria. Doing is still fine if you request for something wrong. But if your language is perfect, even when you're requesting for something wrong, ATC will simply deny but give you 10 on 10 on the call because the call was smooth. So this is the importance of the call here. More than what you do, how you do, using the RT words and phrases, abbreviations with respect to whatever is allowed and not allowed, not having dead air, giving time to the ADC, being aware of no response and trying to raise the station and checking if you've crossed, call the right ATC. Sometimes ground-based calls, even if ground is not there, we make it on ground. That confusion happens because we don't really see at our aerodrome on the chart what air traffic controllers are available. So we ensure that we don't make that error again. Right? Sure. No questions? So everybody in the waiting room? Okay. Everyone in the waiting room. And I'll set the paper and we'll start the timer. You write your solutions as well as whenever the calls are going on, simulate it. I'm expecting a little bit of smartness in your calls with respect to knowing whether the pilot has the, I would say, wisdom of ensuring safety. So ultimately, you think about safety and see if you can guide your intentions with respect to what to do in that situation. Okay. Try to study the question carefully. And if there's something wrong, feel free to ask nicely initially. In the exams, you'll not be allowed, but right now we can simulate that to help you get going with the paper and reduce the pressure. Okay. Sure. Are you ready, everyone? Yes, no, maybe. Please let me know. And once
Affirm.
again, very warm welcome. Very, very warm welcome. I hope everyone is shining bright. I think Vignesh is not here. Ready? Are you doing that warm up, students? Final revision? Yes, no? February students? We give you a month name, right? Whenever your exam is. कुछ नहीं है doubts. Sajal, feeling better?
Affirm, sir.
Nakul,
Affirm, sir. Victor Tango November Kilo Charlie.
Ustad को कैसा feel हो रहा होगा? I'm just trying to think. चलो. I'll just announce the call sign and upload the paper, okay? Until then, what you could do is you could close your books and imagine you're in the waiting room and all the revisions you can do are only mental and feel the pressure. Okay, so I hope the instructions are clear. Okay, so I'm sharing the screen and I will be live. You can see me work, how I'm doing it, but I'll not be sharing the screen right now. We'll do it during the assessment. So we will be starting with the Victor Tango Uniform Sierra Delta. So this is the paper. And the moment you get the paper, your timing will start. Everyone take a picture of this or copy it in your books. Okay. I hope you can see. And we will start your timer. As you can see, it's for 15 minutes, 1-5. And you can start transmitting. And you can be on unmute. Yeah. Okay, so here students, here it's I think it's VANP. Everybody, departure is VANP. Okay. VA, it's not VO. VONP I don't think exists. So yeah, it's VANP. I hope everyone can see. Fix this.
So should I transmit?
Yeah, of course.
Nagpur, Control, Victor Tango, Whiskey, Bravo, Delta, position 30 DME, outbound, Bhopal, 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 request, flight level 310, time now 151, 1700, request transit clearance Nagpur to Delhi.
So Usaid will do one thing. आपने कॉल लिखा है क्या? आप बोलते बोलते लिख रहे थे या आपने लिख लिया पहले कॉल फिर बोला?
सर मैं थोड़ी लेट हो गया लिखते हुए, लेकिन बोल थोड़ी जल्दी दिया।
तो कितना लिखा गया? पूरा लिखा गया कि आधा ही लिखा गया?
सर पूरा।
सो आप बहुत फास्ट बोल रहे हो, सो दोबारा से रिस्टार्ट करते हैं। थोड़ा स्लो बोलो और लिखते लिखते बोलो, ठीक है? कॉल सुनने में तो क्लीन लग रहा है, बट आई कुड नॉट कीप अ ट्रैक। एग्जाम्स में हम वो नहीं करेंगे. वी नीड टू बी केयरफुल. थोड़ा स्लो ही हम जाएंगे. इन द रश ऑफ स्टार्टिंग प्रोबेबली एग्जामिनर्स कुड मिस आउट ऑन अ फ्यू थिंग्स दैट यू से. तो हमें कंसर्न रहना है कि हमारा मैसेज पहुंचा ही नहीं पहुंचा है. बट विल रीस्टार्ट राइट नाउ. ओके, सो एवरीबडी रीवाइंड योर टाइमर. बहुत फास्ट थे. आप कैसे लिख रहे हो इतना फास्ट? आई एम नॉट. थोड़ा स्लो
तो
जाना.
राइटिंग गंदी।
स्लो जाना भी. ओके, यू कैन स्टार्ट ट्रांसमिटिंग.
नागपुर कंट्रोल विक्टर टैंगो विक्टर ब्रावो चार्ली पोजीशन 30 DME आउटबाउंड भोपाल रेडियल 3358 decimal degrees correction degrees. Time now 1500. Request transit clearance Nagpur to Delhi.
Victor Tango, Victor Bravo Delta. Nagpur Control. Say again. Time now.
Time now 1700.
Station calling. Nagpur Control. Say again. Call sign.
Victor Tango Victor Bravo Delta.
Victor Tango, Victor Bravo Delta. Nagpur Control. Contact appropriate authority.
Bhopal Tower Victor Tango Victor Bravo Delta.
Victor Tango, Victor Bravo Delta. Bhopal Tower. Confirm. Call sign.
Victor Tango Victor Bravo Delta. Confirming call sign.
Victor Bravo Delta. Bhopal Tower. Go ahead.
Bhopal Tower Victor Tango Victor Bravo Delta. Request change over to Delhi control flight level 310. Time now 1710. 30 DME outbound Bhopal,
Go to next question.
Delhi, Control, Victor Tango, Victor Bravo Delta 100 DME, outbound Delhi, time 1730, over Buklo, flight level 110, request flight level 1 correction flight level 310,
Victor Tango, Victor Bravo Delta, Delhi Control, contact appropriate ATC.
we will contact to appropriate etc, changing over to Jaipur, control Jaipur, control Victor Tango, Victor Bravo Delta
Go to next question.
Delhi, disregard Delhi Tower, Victor Tango Victor, Bravo Delta, 606 nautical miles from runway. Note seeing green on cockpit. Note seeing 3 greens on cockpit. Would like to do low flight for visual eye to see the landing gears of the aircraft.
Go to next question. So, send me your picture, not your picture of your logs. Send me your logs. Just make them in a PDF and rename, call sign and just log. Send it to me. So, Sajil, no, it's not a wrong route. The route is right. Whiskey 38 and Whiskey 20 not. The next part of in the route is just mentioning VFR till Bhopal, flight level 110. Then IFR Delhi, flight level 270. So actually, flight level 270 was to be taken. The flight plan, flight level 310, was taken away. And yeah, that is not a wrong route here. Generally, you think everything will be chronology. Here, the names of the routes are in chronology. Then VFR and IFR is explained. When will the flight change from VFR to IFR? Flight rule Zulu, VFR first, then IFR. So, Seth, how was your experience?
Sorry, sir, I get nervous.
I'm listening, Seth.
तो पेपर इजी था, लेकिन सर नर्वस हो गया मैं, पहली बार था सर, इस वजह से क्वेश्चंस आते थे सर ये सारे.
कोई बात नहीं ना, नर्वस तो सब लोग होता है, उसमें क्या हुआ. आप मेरे को पीडीएफ भेज दो ना. पीडीएफ नहीं भेजा आपने, बट इट्स फाइन. क्या लग रहा है कितना मिलेगा आपको? देखो कुछ मिस्टेक्स हुई हैं. व्हाट इज
So,
योर ऑब्जर्वेशन?
so 15, 20.
क्या बोल रहे हो?
So 15.
15 क्या?
So 15 marks.
15 मार्क्स आउट ऑफ
60.
अच्छा, 15 तो कुछ नहीं करेंगे तो भी आ जाता है. नहीं पढ़ के जाएंगे तो भी 15-20 तो सभी को आ जाता है. आपने तो इतना अच्छा परफॉर्म किया. So, students, how was the experience? How was the paper? Any doubts? Any discussions? Zanvi, how did you feel looking at the paper? What were your solutions? Answers?
So I was not sure about the last one, third answer. Baaki first one to we can do transit clearance. The second one was, I think we should have contacted Alpha Control or maybe Nagpur Control. And then we could have requested flight level and top of flight. The third one, maybe we should have requested a low pass and the visual check. I'm not sure about the third one.
Low pass visual check sounds correct. Good. Everything is correct. Anything else, Zanvi, can we observe on the paper? Information that can be used, information that is tricky to understand, something that is not obvious.
I'm not sure.
Other information, what do you see?
Cell call code.
Mm-hmm.
And it was aircraft non-RVSM approved. So in the third question, when we were requesting flight level, then we could have also said that. We
Said
should have
how?
said that.
Yeah, what should have we mentioned? How?
Aircraft non-RVSM approved.
Very good. Very nice. So you remember. Very good. Students, whenever your aircraft is specifically mentioned non-RVSM approved, that's why you see your assigned flight level is 310. But in the route section, you are required to fly flight level 270. Check here. It should not be a complicated thing for us anymore because now we know how to read this with this example. Okay. VFR till Bhopal, flight level 110. Then IFR to Delhi, flight level 270. Whiskey 38, Whiskey 20 North. Flight level approved, flight level was 310, but aircraft is non-RVSM approved. So we have been cleared flight level 270. Okay. Now here flight rules are Zulu, makes sense where we are going to change. We look at the instructions and then we look at the paper. 30 DME inbound Bhopal, take required clearance. I quickly look at the chart. 30 DME inbound Bhopal or BPL Bravo Papa Lima VOR. I see that Whiskey 38 and Whiskey 20 North will pass from Delta, Bhopal, Buklo, Bevox, Osram and Delhi. Inbound radial 177. I have seen that on the chart quickly. And then I'll see, okay, inbound Bhopal 30 DME. I'll check the CTR radius. CTR radius is 30 nautical miles. So I know that I have to take transit clearance. When I say transit clearance, I have to give estimates of entering and exiting. So right now you are on the entry point of the CTR control zone. And you will also estimate exiting and you'll exit via radial 358. That was a good choice. And here you will also have to request for climb to flight level 270 because you're changing over to IFR. So yesterday we saw an example where we say we won't say cancelling, we'll say changing to IFR, flight level 270, top of climb, and then request climb. That should have been there with Nagpur control. So with respect to that, my transit clearance, I have to think, okay, transit clearance, and also I have to change my flight level and request for climb. So I have to make sure I use top of climb and everything else. Second point, over Buklo. Buklo is a waypoint that doesn't really come under any control. Right, students? Everybody knows this. So generally we say that if we don't have any control, we can call alpha control or we can call the next ATC. So that way he was correct. But ideally when you're close to your earlier ATC, you talk to earlier ATC. So Nagpur control will be talking to you up to Buklo and Bevox. From Bevox, you can tune into Delhi control and talk to Delhi control. Or otherwise, alpha control, Charlie control. So instead of first alpha or Charlie, I'll go with first Nagpur control and then Delhi control. So that is something. Otherwise, we have been told that we are finding winds good at flight level 310. So my intention is to go there, is what they're trying to hint, and take clearance. So I need to take clearance to go into RVSM airspace is the key here. So that should click. And what to do when we are non-RVSM approved and we want to fly RVSM? We mentioned at the end of a call, negative RVSM. Aircraft, negative RVSM. It means aircraft doesn't have RVSM, but we can still fly. So in the end, that is the keywords. And that's why sometimes we see our exam was good, but we didn't really get the results we are expecting. It's because we miss out on these little points. The relationship of everything that you have learned should reflect in your understanding of the flight plan also. Okay. Then the third thing, 06 nautical mile from runway 28, you don't see 3 greens on cockpit. I really liked how Zed could click with respect to what to do. He was just not getting the right words, which comes with practice. So I'm very happy to see that your mind is in the right place. And here, 06 nautical miles means you're on short finals. And otherwise, you can say we'll initiate missed approach and go around procedure. Before that, would request low pass for visual check. Okay. So that they will give it to you. They can check if all the landing gears are extended in the right way or not. And if they confirm, then you can just come around and land again. Maybe something wrong with the indicator or the sensors then. If no, then it will be a problem. Generally in the exams, they'll give you a yes. So the thought was in the right place. So now we know what are the 3 solutions to this. Long finals, yes, I'm getting suggestions. So now tell me, Usad, what's going on in your mind?
So require more practice.
अरे वो तो ठीक है. Experience कैसा था?
सर अच्छा नहीं था.
अच्छा नहीं था. Okay. Why so?
Sir, I was sir expectations ज़्यादा थी. Expectations.
वो तो हमेशा होनी ही चाहिए. खुद से तो ज्यादा ही होनी चाहिए. I believe रहना चाहिए. खुद से ज्यादा तो होनी चाहिए. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि हम अगर एक्सपेक्टेशंस मीट ना कर पाए तो हमें डिप्रेस हो जाना चाहिए. So that control we need to have with expectations. So कैसा फील हो रहा है? अच्छा लग रहा है, बुरा लग रहा है? क्या माइंडसेट लेके जा रहे हो एग्जाम में?
सर पॉजिटिव माइंडसेट.
यहाँ पे पॉजिटिव्स चाहिए मेरे को. 70-80 जो मुझे दिख रहा है. इफ यू कीप लर्निंग, टू बी ऑनेस्ट इतनी जल्दी आई वाज नॉट एक्सपेक्टिंग यू टू गिव मी सच गुड कॉल्स. I was, if I had to imagine, then I would have thought that first call definitely will not be giving me good calls because he might not be ready to give live. But I can see that since past few days, you have finally found your rhythm to study, is what I think. So every student needs to find it. For some students like me, if I have to think of myself as a student, I find it very, very difficult for me to find the rhythm to study. So with respect to that, I can see the improvements. Amazingly well done. If you improve more, then definitely you will get your results. Part 1 is definitely clear. But if you do more, this more is something that we all are doing in these practice sessions. So anything you want to discuss, anyone? और आपका क्या problems था इसमें? कुछ अंदाजा हो रहा है आपने क्यों गलतियां की? Now that I have explained you the situation, I'm asking him, why did he make mistakes? So, why do you think you made mistakes? Whatever you have made, why do you think you get not 60 on 60? क्या लग रहा है आपको? चलो बताओ, and I'll assess the call quickly and we'll take more questions.
Sir, increasing of speed, sir, in initial call. Last call, sir, no, sir, words नहीं थे सही. No correct word was used.
See, in the first response, you missed giving your call sign. You didn't end with your call sign. This is an error I'm expecting nobody to make from next calls onwards. Students, try to avoid it, okay?
Roger.
Then, when I asked you to say again call sign, you didn't say I say again, right? Can you all see the screen? Negative. One second. Sajal, what's going on in your mind? Nukul, share your thoughts.
Sir, could you please repeat transit clearance? I am not aware of this. Victor Tango November Kilo Charlie.
Whenever you are going to cross a CTR or CTA, you need to request for transit clearance by giving estimates of the entry point of the CTR or CTA and the exit point of the CTR or CTA. Are you able to write it down?
Affirm, sir.
So if you're taking it from CTA, then you'll take it from approach. And if you are going to estimate or cross CTR, then you'll take it from tower, irrespective of your flight level. I don't think we can see the screen. Stop. Is that clear, Nukul? Does that help you, these two statements?
Affirm, sir. Victor Tango November Kilo Charlie.
Does it give you more clarity?
Affirm, sir.
Okay. Okay. I'll try another way to do it. Pritham, observation. You also have your exams. How are you feeling about this? Pritham is not there only in the class. Victor Tango Delta Alpha Sierra. It's not there. Station missing up. I think now you can see the screen, right? So देखो आपने call sign पे end नहीं किया. You didn't say I say again. And after that, I asked you to contact appropriate authority. You took a long time. This dead air in response, it should not be more than 10 seconds. So this is some basic things to use I say again whenever you're repeating something to end with your call sign. To not give a big dead air, but I was very happy that you called tower. It took you a lot of time to think. I won't say a lot of time. You were good with time. You took your time. It was correct. Bhopal Tower was the person you should have spoken with. But one thing that will not be allowed in your exam was your repetition of words. You cannot fumble or repeat words and not correct them. So if you're saying Victor Tango, Victor Tango, Victor Bravo, Delta, is your call sign 7 digits, 7 characters? I'll get confused. So you have to be very careful. This was a repeated error in all calls. If you remove this error, you have a good shot at clearing the exam. If you don't remove these errors, examiner will not, I'll ask you to. They'll be like, okay, wapas, do it again. So you cannot say a couple of things like same thing again and again. You have to be very clear. So we need clarity over there. So here I had to confirm call sign because for me, the call sign was Victor Tango, Victor Tango, Victor Bravo Delta. I was like, what aircraft is this? Because I know call signs could go up to 7 characters. Then you said Victor Tango Victor confirming call sign. Confirming generally we will not use. You could have said I say again Victor Tango Victor Bravo Delta. That's it. I say again. Are you following, Usad?
Affirm, sir.
Yeah. Then what is the new rule that we have learned? Something update that whenever ATC reduces your call sign and abbreviates it, you also have to use that call sign. So here you could have said Victor Bravo Delta. You have to use it, students. You missed out on that latest update. Again, Bhopal Tower. Repetition, not allowed. It confuses the other person. So you use proper words. If you're repeating, then say words twice and repeat. You have the provisions, use those provisions. If you make mistakes, you say correction. But you don't just continue with the mistakes. Time now, some dot, outbound Bhopal. You were inbound Bhopal, you said outbound Bhopal. I can see confusion can happen. But here you were inbound, you had to request for transit clearance. The theory of transit clearance didn't stick. So you have to remember that. How will the transit clearance call be like, students? Everybody write down. Bhopal Tower. Victor Tango, correction, Victor Bravo Delta, 30 DME, inbound Bhopal, radial 131, flight level 110, estimating Bhopal 1645, exit Bhopal control zone 1650, request enter Bhopal CTR and transit clearance. So I thought first I'll take transit clearance, and by the time I'm exiting Bhopal, I'll request for further climb. And that call, when I'm exiting Bhopal CTR, that call I'll be making to Nagpur control for further climb. So this is what I'm expecting. The reason I have added request enter Bhopal control zone is because I'm already on that CTR. So I'm gonna come inside, so I better say that. Request transit clearance will mean you're allowed to pass through the CTR airspace, where remember, tower will be assigned a higher vertical level also, and line of sight is possible. So transit clearance is taken. If this is Bhopal, there are routes that go like this. We were flying here, and this here was the CTR. This first tower based, and this is 30 nautical miles. So I'm somewhere here now in green. My aircraft is here. So whenever I have to pass through this, this is called transit. Are you able to see the... Are you able to see what I'm sharing? Yeah. Good. More screen space today. Manan, what are your thoughts? What's happening? Students, are we learning or not? Is it helping you all or not? What's happening? Can you give me a feedback, everyone, individually?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So see, this is the transit. I have to cross this airspace. This is called transit with respect to control zone. And there could be a transit clearance required with respect to CTA also. If that is the case, then if you are here or if you are here, so what are my estimates with respect to my aircraft? This is one estimate. This exit point, this is the exit point. Exit. And this is the entry point. Enter. So we can say estimating enter Bhopal control zone, give our time, and we can say Bhopal, that is overflying Bhopal, and then exit control zone, we can give our estimate times, and then we say request transit clearance. Once I would have reached 30 nautical miles, I would have requested for further climb. So I didn't use that in this part of the call because question was only asking about request take clearance appropriately. Request necessary clearance. Is it clear, everyone? Nukul, is it helping you understand what is transit clearance?
Affirm, sir. Sir, if my flight level more than 4-5, then we have to give transit clearance or not above the CTR.
Say again.
So if my flight level above the CTR, here, for example, we can say 145 or Bhopal, then we have to give transit clearance.
Yeah. Any flight level. Any flight
Okay.
level. Yeah. Students, any flight level. If you're flying through over an aerodrome, you need transit clearance. Any flight level. It is their airspace.
Sir, you have written BLL. Exist BLL.
Yeah, it's Bravo Papa Lima. Any doubts? Everybody got this? Okay, quickly. So here, because you didn't end with your call sign, you didn't say again. But good thing you called tower. But your clearance was not clear. उससे क्यों नहीं था clear आपको transit clearance? आप क्या मांग रहे थे ये यहाँ पे? दिल्ली तो आया ही नहीं, आप दिल्ली कंट्रोल भी मांग रहे हो भोपाल में ही। क्या चल रहा है? Change over to Delhi control. क्या? Situational awareness we have to build up. Call is clean otherwise. I like that. I'm very happy. But ये क्या चल रहा है यहाँ पे? कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है या क्यों गलती हो गई? भोपाल में हो आप, दिल्ली को चेंज ओवर मांग रहे हो, कौन सा क्लियरेंस? ट्रांजिट क्लियरेंस याद क्यों नहीं आया? फटाफट रिस्पॉन्स।
सर मैं ये ब्लू लाइन सर एसीसी कंट्रोल बाउंड्री के लिए मांग रहा था।
अरे बट तुम कहाँ हो? 30 DME इनबाउंड भोपाल कहाँ होता है?
ये सर भोपाल।
कहाँ होते हो? यहाँ है ना चैट पे? मैंने
यस सर।
बनाया,
सर
देखो चैट का वर्जन बनाया मैंने।
सर थोड़ा कंफ्यूज हो गया था सर बीच में।
अभी एग्जाम में कंफ्यूजन नहीं चलेगी।
यस सर।
So here you get 10 because your call otherwise was good. A lot of things were followed. We realized that okay, we are talking to someone who has studied, who knows these things. Maybe who's very new, who needs practice, of course. So 10 is good. Even though with the errors we have our strengths, although situational awareness was completely lacking. So we need to be careful. Next call was for Delhi control over Bucklow. Why Delhi control? So I've already explained this. Here my call would have been like this. Nagpur control, Victor Bravo Delta. Flight level 270 over Bucklow. IFR Delhi. Estimating Bavox 1715. Osram 1725. ETA Delhi 1735. Would like to climb to flight level 310. Top of climb 1715. Request climb negative RVSM. What did I do here while writing? I didn't worry about anything. I worried about giving a clean call with good intent. And when I wrote the first estimate, I realized the first instruction given to me, one of the 5 instructions, that mentioned the time of the call wherever necessary near the question. So this was my question number 2. I wrote the time then. So my present time I can write there near the question. You'll be following the paper path and the instructions given to you. An examiner will not find it a flaw that you have missed mentioning time now, and they will understand, okay, call is being made at 1700. So 15 minutes they're going to take to climb. Here you see radial was missing. DME was missing. But the call was so good that their absence is not felt. But I would suggest you all also mention over Bucklow. You can mention here radial 358100 DME outbound Bhopal. तो आपका डीएमई उससे 100 डीएमई आउटबाउंड दिल्ली बोल दिया आपने, आपको भोपाल बोलना था। तो सिचुएशनल अवेयरनेस आपको केयरफुल रहनी है। आप भोपाल से जा रहे हो, आप तो दिल्ली पहुंचे भी नहीं हो, दिल्ली के आउटबाउंड कैसे हो सकता है? आपके इनबाउंड आउटबाउंड में थोड़ी कंफ्यूजन है। एंड टाइम ठीक है। रिक्वेस्ट फ्लाइट लेवल 310 सही था, टॉप ऑफ क्लाइम नहीं बोला, रिक्वेस्ट क्लाइम नहीं बोला, एंड एयरक्राफ्ट नेगेटिव आरवीएसएम नहीं बोला। कीवर्ड्स नहीं बोले हैं कॉल में, बट बेस थोड़ा अच्छा फॉलो किया है आपने, आप इससे ज़्यादा भी मिस्टेक्स कर सकते थे। तो आई थिंक इट्स अ वेरी गुड ग्रोथ, ओवरऑल गुड, वेल डन। क्लाइम तो मांगा आपने सही, यू गेट 11 ऑन दिस, विच इज़ वेरी गुड। वी आर बीइंग वेरी हार्श ओवर हियर, जनरस होते तो 12 मिल जाते, बट ठीक है, 10 भी मिल सकते थे। बट अदरवाइज कॉल्स में टेक्निकल मिस्टेक है, बट लैंग्वेज में ज़्यादा मिस्टेक नहीं किया आपने। बट कहीं पे भी आप रिपीट करते हो, देखो कॉल साइन आपको शॉर्टकट बोला था यूज करना, उसका पॉइंट सब जगह जाने वाला है आपका, तो उसका हमें गलती ऐसी नहीं करनी है जो बार बार रिफ्लेक्ट होगी। एंड टॉप ऑफ क्लाइम नॉट सेड, रिक्वेस्ट क्लाइम नॉट सेड, इट डजंट वर्क लाइक दैट, यू नो। Then we asked you to call the ATC. We were thinking you will talk to Nagpur control, probably. So you said we will contact and no correction use fumbling ATC. Students, yesterday also saw somebody was saying changing over. Don't say over, say changing to. Just say changing to. Yesterday also somebody was doing it. I think I didn't correct it. Say changing to. And it's not Jaipur control. Jaipur control है ही नहीं. Jaipur के पास tower है and approach है. So it was नागपुर कंट्रोल वे वर हिंटिंग एट, जो आपके जस्ट पीछे है वही आपका कंट्रोल है फिलहाल, ऐसे समझ सकते हो आप। यहाँ पे जो मैंने आपको बताया अप टू बेवॉक्स, इट कुड बी नागपुर, फ्रॉम बेवॉक्स इट कुड बी दिल्ली, और अल्फा कंट्रोल इफ बोथ डोंट वर्क। So I asked you to go to the next question. Fine. And then you said Delhi disregard. Whenever you say disregard, you also mention your call sign so that they know who called, they have disregarded it. But I write like Delhi Tower, but you said 606 nautical miles. You should have said correction 06 nautical miles. Then I want short finals. Runway name not mentioned to it. It was given in the question. Not seeing green, cannot see three green. So you should have said correction. You didn't say that. Would like to do low flight for visual. Visual said 3 times. So you need to say correction and we have to be careful. We are constructing in our mind, but we cannot allow for repetition. In our thoughts, it's fine. In calls, it's not. To see the landing gear to the ATC. Overall, think of the aircraft, landing gear of the aircraft. Overall point is in the right thought, but we have already discussed this. The call will be very simple. Delhi Tower, Victor Bravo Delta, short finals, runway 28, unable to see 3 greens, suspecting undercarriage malfunction, initiating missed approach and go around procedure, request low pass for landing gear visual inspection. Airbus 321 heavy. So I have given the call as much as information I could, and I tried to be comfortable about it. I did say I would be initiating Mr. Approach and go around procedure, but I would also request for a visual check and a low pass. Low pass would be maintaining the runway at a lower altitude. And I say I don't see 3 greens, it means I'm suspecting undercarriage malfunction. Undercarriage is another term for landing gears. So I'm saying probably there is a malfunction. Please check. Maintain your calm in that situation. It's not yet a pan call. Probably your indicators are faulty. ATC will confirming something or the other. If they say be on the lookout, give a read back, and then end with your call sign. And then you can go and try to land again. Keywords are reading the question carefully. So here I can give you overall disregard you use. Didn't say short final, didn't say name of the runway. I could have played with you to check. So I think you get all the structuring should come with more finesse. I think here you get 12 because although repetition, visual was there, somewhere we can say that, yeah, you were trying to communicate using RT. So try to use RT as your strength. Sometimes students, what happens is we find it difficult to construct sentences in English. This is exactly why RT is made. We use RT to fine tune our conversation with respect to making calls in English. So this is something you have learned. Use it. Replace it with the words that you don't know. Just memorize these standard words and phrases and use it in your calls. So overall, I think 10 plus 11 plus 12 is a good score. 33 out of 60. For any beginner to score 40 and above is a very good sign. Here I can see your scores are really better than that. So you should be proud. But if we continue with this, then in the exam, examiners will get a lot of reasons to deduct our marks and they might not be happy. So we need to improve definitely. How do you feel about this, Usad?
Sir, feeling okay. So next time I will be doing well.
Not bad, very good. 55% for a first timer is a good score. Definitely you have to give more better so that you increase your points. So here, initially, if you would have ended with your call sign, you would have used I say again. If you have not put a lot of dead air, you would have used I say again, and you have remembered how to read your call sign. And just DM me. You see, 6 to 7 errors made in a call, still we are getting 10. Even if I give one more point extra for not making these errors, you get 7. 17 out of 20. Just by removing these errors. Basic things, right? Easy. So you would have got 17 here easily. The next question, if you would have remembered transit clearance and if you would have called the right ATC or communicated properly, not going to Jaipur, but here also you would have gone to Nagpur. And there, you're allowed for a lot of dead air. There was no response. You have to just give 10 seconds. There was no response. So you should try to raise the station again. You allowed for the dead air as if तुम्हें फर्क नहीं पड़ता एग्जाम में कुछ भी हो तुमने तो बोल दिया अगर एग्जाम में आपसे कोई बात नहीं कर रहा है तो आपको समझना है मैंने गलत एडीसी को कॉल किया है ये रियल लाइफ चल रहा है तो मुझे किसी से तो बात करनी होगी आई कैन नॉट बी रिलैक्स्ड एंड थिंकिंग सर आप बताओ क्या करना है आगे जाके So for me, when would that happen? Probably when I'm calling the wrong ATC. So for me, it becomes the right thing to do by trying to raise the station. So those are the points if you would have fixed, you would have easily got 4 extra marks. And how to request for climb, top of climb, giving time and then asking for request climb and thinking, remembering to say negative RVSM where you don't have RVSM. So thinking about the connection here. If you would have fixed those issues, 5 plus 4, 9, plus you've already got 11, it could have been a 20. So RVSM requirement, just knowing that RVSM is related here could have got us 5 or 4 marks. And then not making these errors could have gotten you at least 2 to 3 marks. So 1, 7, again 17 you can easily score on this. Easily. And here short finals, name of the runway. So not giving all info which is there in the question. And not being very clear and repeating things again and again, not using correction. Those are silly errors where you've lost 2 points for every error because it was a simple call. So you would have made at least 2 errors less, then you could have got 12 plus 4, 16. So 17, 17, 16. Just by reducing your errors, if you see, how much do you get? Just by reducing errors, you get 50 upon 60. Just by reducing error. This is the importance of not making silly mistakes. So if you reduce the errors, by default, you will get 50 divided by 60. How much is it? 83%. So the difference between 55 and 83% right now, okay, 28%. 28% is our room of error right now. We have to achieve it. We have to recover. So 28% error हमें कम करना है. Simple. So we are allowed to make an error in your case only up to 15%. अब ज़्यादा हो रहा है वो और 45% हो रहा है. So 30% error कम करना है हमें. तो हमारे कॉल्स में 30% एरर हो रहे हैं, आप ऐसे समझ के चलोगे. सो इट्स अ गुड साइन. इफ यू आर मेकिंग ओनली 30% एरर्स, इट मीन्स आपको तो 70 आ रहे हैं कम से कम. सो व्हाट यू सी राइट नाउ, 55% कैन एक्चुअली बी योर 70 in RT. I'm not sure if you understand the math, but there is this math that works in our exams. So, any observations? Anybody wants to discuss anything? Pooja, how's it going? When are you ready to give a live call?
Anytime, sir.
Anytime, as in, can you do it in these live sessions today, tomorrow?
Affirm.
Okay, nice to see you available. Delta Alpha Sierra is not here, right? Who all are willing to give a call right now? A 15-minute session or 20-minute? Let's see how the question paper comes. Raise your hands. Just show me your interest. Keep your hands raised, okay? Om, Zanvi, Vignesh, Suchita, Sajal, and Pooja are ready. Manan, I'm not sure. Rani, you tell me, how was your observation about this paper?
So I was confused with the second question, but now it's clear. And same like transit clearance में भी मुझे डाउट था, तो अब क्लियर हो गया. And ये वो नर्वस था, तो उसने सेम मिस्टेक की जैसे मैंने भी कल की. बट सर मतलब क्वेश्चन पढ़ने के बाद क्लिक नहीं होता है जल्दी, क्योंकि फास्ट फास्ट करना पड़ता है, तो वही मिस्टेक हो जाती है. तो मतलब प्रॉपरली क्वेश्चन नहीं पढ़ते हैं.
लेकिन फास्ट का जो ये इश्यू है आप बता रहे हो, इट्स अ करेक्ट इश्यू. हाउ टू टैकल दिस इश्यू, क्या लग रहा है आपको? जो एरर्स नहीं होने चाहिए जहाँ पे हमारे पॉइंट्स जा रहे हैं, हाउ कैन वी टैकल दिस?
प्रैक्टिस.
तो प्रैक्टिस तो कर रहे हैं ना, तो उसमें हम और क्या कर सकते हैं? कैसे, लाइक व्हाट इज द एग्जैक्ट आइडिया ऑफ प्रैक्टिस? क्या कर सकते हैं कि ये एरर्स ना हो? स्टडी तो कुछ करना होगा, राइट स्टूडेंट्स? तो क्या लग रहा है, हाउ डू वी प्रिपेयर एंड परफॉर्म?
So we have to read a question properly first. First of all, nervousness मतलब कम होना चाहिए, उसी की वजह से होता है. And situation awareness.
Situational awareness, yes. सही बोल रहे हो आप. I agree with you. Of course, practice students, but I need confidence also. We need confidence in our calls. Sajal, what was your experience with this question paper?
Sir, actually, after hearing that request to visual pass, I got that idea. Like it was in my mind, but it couldn't click at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And rest is, it was fine.
What was fine?
So like I had the idea of question paper, how to do it.
Mm-hmm. How much did you get right, wrong?
So mainly I had the idea like request transit clearance, and in the second question I need to request for climb mainly because we were changing to IFR.
Mm-hmm. Did you remember you don't have to say canceling VFR?
Yes, sir. I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
And when you were logging, when you were looking, listening to the experience, the call, and when you were talking, like when pilot and ATC were talking to each other, so what was happening? Were you able to spot the mistakes? Were you able to realize what would you do? How would you do it?
Yes, sir. So like the call sign Victor Tango correction should have been used to make it more clear.
So you realized that. What else did you realize?
So
Read bags,
yes, sir. Read back and dead space.
that space. No doubts, Sajal?
Negative, sir.
So I have a doubt.
Yes, Suchita, tell me.
Sir, I'm not sure about the third question. I still don't get it. Like, what does three greens mean? You don't see three greens on cockpit.
So see, in the cockpit, okay, somewhere in the cockpit, on the cockpit panel, you have three lights like this. Okay. They are all attached to all your three landing gears. Okay. So you have one nose wheel landing gear, one main landing gear on the left, and second on the right. So these are three. One, two, three. You can name it like this. So during landing, when you need them to be extended, in the cockpit, you get, okay, if one is extended, you will get green light. Second is extended, you'll get green light. Third is extended, you'll get green light. Three green lights will indicate all three landing gears are extended completely in the correct position. If either one of them is not green, it could be black, it could be red, whatever other colors are there like this. So you're not getting three green. So probably you're suspecting that this is still stuck inside like this. So aircraft will not be safe to land if this is still stuck inside. So that is the malfunction we are assuming can happen. Now the sequencing could vary. Okay, this is a common sequencing of lights. If it is green and if this one is red, then we can assume that the third one is malfunctioning. So what do we do? In this case, where are we students here? We are 6 nautical miles from the runway. Okay. This is finals up to 4 nautical miles. This is runway to 8. ATC is over here somewhere. This is my runway. So what am I saying? I'm at 6 nautical miles. So I'm at long finals. Not even short finals. If short was said, then it was by mistake. Long finals, 0 to 4. 0 to 4 finals, 4 to 8 long finals. So I'm suspecting that whether my landing gears are out or not in the landing configuration, you check. So I'm saying I'm initiating misapproach government procedure because anything on finals, long finals, you say that. But here you're requesting for a low pass like this. Low pass. So that they can look with the help of binoculars and look for visual check if they see all the landing gears extended. So by the time you reach here, they will check and they'll say all three landing gears are extended. It means your indicator is faulty. You can proceed with landing afterwards. If they say it is faulty, then you'll request and you will be in a hold pattern until they figure out a plan of action, what to do. So you'll buy some time and hold somewhere if it is not extended carefully. Are the instructions clear? Sushita, do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Does everybody have clarity on this? It's a very good question. So we understand there are certain codes that are widely used in the exams. Other things are obvious. Students who are willing to ready for mock, keep your hands raised, okay? Just digital hand, you have to keep it raised, just for my sake. Yeah. Okay. So I'll be pulling up the paper. I'll be taking a call sign. We'll get started. And after that, we'll quickly take break, 1 o'clock. Be ready, everyone, okay? I'm just sharing the paper now, anytime. Okay, so students can lower their hands down, and the station that I'm gonna take call sign will start transmitting. Okay, once the paper is uploaded. And remember, once it is done, you'll quickly share your log, and we'll all go for break 1 o'clock. After we come back, we will discuss the paper and take questions and doubts. Okay. Victor Tango, Zulu, November, Victor. Take a copy of this from the screen, but I'm also uploading it on the screen. Yeah. So yeah, you can start transmitting. It means your timer starts now.
Pan Pan, Pan Pan, Pan Pan, Aurangabad approach. Victor Tango, Sierra Delta Sierra. Position 50 DME. Outbound Aurangabad. On radial 072. Passing flight level 70 for flight level 210. Airborne 19er 45. Flaps stuck. Request descent back to Aurangabad. Request sector to burn off excess fuel.
Victor Tango, Sierra Delta Sierra. Aurangabad approach. Roger Pan Pan. Request reason to return back and sector. Hold flight level 70. Maintain radial 078.
Reason to return back. Flaps are stuck. sector correction request sector radial 050 to radial 100, flight level 70, duration 15 minutes, to burn off fuel due aircraft overweight for landing, holding flight level 70 and maintaining radial 078 Victor Tango Sierra Delta Sierra.
Go to next question.
Delhi Radio Victor Tango Sierra Delta Sierra, position 70 DME, outbound Aurangabad, on radial 072, flight level 210, departed Aurangabad at 1945, but suffered malfunction, hydraulics working normal, setting course to destination IFR Aurangabad to Lucknow, revised estimates, due box 1 correction, due box 2015, Sabah 2040, revised ETA Lucknow 2150.
Go to next question.
Mayday, 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 Nagpur Control, Victor Tango, Sierra Delta Sierra, experiencing complete hydraulic failure, position overhead Jabalpur, time now 20 correction, time now 2120, request for the instructions, people on board 0900, endurance 0100.
Victor Tango Sierra Delta Sierra, Nagpur Control, Roger Mayday, report intention.
Would like to do emergency landing at Khajura. Request clearance. Victor Tango Sierra Delta Sierra.
Okay, very good. Submit your answers.
Thumbs up.
Okay, so Zanvi, how's the experience? We have 5 minutes. We'll discuss it and go.
So 1 second, I'm sending the
Yeah, keep discussing also.
questions.
Yeah. How's the experience?
So I was taken a little bit by surprise because I was not expecting I'll be given.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I needed to pick up the, I mean, there was not continuity in the first call. I was a little bit nervous. I think there was some dead air, sorry. But I think I did okay.
Anything else you noticed? Errors?
I should have requested sector in the first question, first time only.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if I should have mentioned this in the second question. Aircraft suffered malfunction or not.
Mm-hmm.
If it's given in the departure report. Not sure. And in the third question, I should have mentioned about the emergency landing in the first part only, but I was not sure. It clicked after that. So I should say that later.
Very good. So I'm very happy to see that although in your initial call, everything that is perfect is not done, but I'm very happy to see that when ATC is talking back to you and giving you some instructions, you are able to do the final thing. With respect to this, students, you have to understand when you're giving a good quality call, and if you miss out on something, air traffic controller will talk to you if you're doing the right things. Here, in my mind, question number 1, as an examiner, I was thinking you'll give me a position within tower, range of tower, less than 25 nautical miles. You made a call to approach, but you gave your position also 50 DME. So, with respect to that, you justified your situation, which was very impressive to see. It was very nice that you are proving why you're calling approach, because the position you are saying 50 DMA, because in the question no clear position is given to you. So very nicely done. That's why you could get a reply from approach, because you specified your position. If somebody would have said the position to be 5 or 10 DME, 5 or 10 DME, then the call should have gone to tower. So very well done. That's why you got a reply, and ATC was also thinking, okay, the student is not doing anything wrong. So let's just take it ahead, If she is here, I'm approached, I'm supposed to be here, so I'll take the call. Radial was sent. Passing this intent was also said that I was to going to my top of climb only. And I became airborne and 1945. Very good. My flaps are stuck. Request descend back to Aurangabad was not the right way to put it. Request return back to Aurangabad. Overweight landing. Correction. Aircraft overweight for landing. Would like to burn fuel. Request sector to exhaust fuel. Radial 250 to radial 257. Flight level 70. Duration 15 minutes. So this is how the call would have ended. But here, let's see the originality. Request descend back to Aurangabad somewhere thought was in the right way. Still, we will not say descend back. Request descend and return back to Aurangabad. Request sector to burn off excess fuel. You said your way. I, as ATC and examiner, was just checking, okay, pilot has said this much. I need more info. So, Roger Pan Pan. Request reason. First thing I've acknowledged, so you don't need to worry now. ATC is in touch. Request reason to return back. We are still not sure why you are returning back. But we do sense there is an emergency. We are not questioning. We just want to understand. And sector request reason for return back and sector. Still, we are not clear why. Because we were thinking your aircraft is not overweight. Okay. You hold your flight level. It was just set to you in urgency. 70. Maintain radial 078. A new radial was given to you. You said reason to return back. Good way to start with the reply. You could have said returning back. Would like to return back due flaps stuck. Aircraft unable to climb further. Suspecting hydraulics malfunction. Like that. Because the second question talks about hydraulics. And why would flaps be stuck? Because some hydraulic pressure might be low generally. So if it's affecting flaps, it might also affect other flying controls in future. So it could be said, but no, it's fine. Even if whatever we do here, anything could be possible with respect to a change of pilot. Reason to return back, flaps are stuck. Sector. Correction was set. Request radial 05. Then it clicked, okay, I have to request for a proper sector flying. So I really liked how smartly you put it here. So you did give the examiner a chance to mark you down because now you are asking it, flight level 7. So now you have made a decision. Earlier, the pilot reported the emergency. By the time ATC has spoken, the pilot has got an idea. This is human factors. This is how it is supposed to be in exams. Because it's a first-time situation. And it works because your communication is going good. So it was very exciting to see that finally we can see realistic experience. To burn off fuel, due aircraft overweight for landing. So now it is everything is in sync. Whatever the examiner wanted, the student is doing it by herself. So it is perfect. So we have achieved this. One way or the other, we have achieved this. This is what the examination will be about actually. Holding flight level 70. Here we can say maintaining. Whenever you're maintaining a flight level, you'll say maintaining flight level 70. Ended with call sign. A very good call. Okay. In this call, easily you will get anywhere between 14 to 16. The way this has gone. Okay. Very nice. Very well done. Question number 2 we'll quickly do, students. Just will take extra minute from the break and I'll give you extra time to rejoin. Call was sent to Delhi radio, destination radio. Position was given. Departure was given. Suffered malfunction and hydraulics. Working normal now. Setting course to destination. I wanted to see what is the difference that I can get here. And I was very happy to see revised estimates and revised ETA. Well done. There was a delay. You remembered to use those words. And whatever you said in your departure report is fine. It's a very good call. Easily you get a 16 on this call. With respect to your rate of speech and having dead air, I think you were conscious about it and it worked in your favor. I didn't see any error with respect to how you were doing the call. It was fine. The rate of speech was perfect. And something that I was missing earlier, the flow and continuity, you have maintained that steadily. So that is amazing. A very good call. I liked it. I really enjoyed the call. After some time, I knew it's going to be perfect. I didn't even bother to look at the chart because for me, communication was more important. It was clean. Students, I've heard many people say that we are panicking. Why to panic? Because we might run short of time. I'll show you. If you do correct calls, your time is saved. Question number 3, Mayday was correctly said. Complete hydraulic failure. But intent was missing. The reason we miss intent generally is because we say more of a position instead of why are we calling. Why and what are we supposed to do? So that's where we can miss out. So we can say Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. Nagpur control Victor Tango Sierra Delta Sierra over Jabalpur, experiencing complete hydraulic failure. Aircraft difficult to control. Would make emergency landing over Khajuraho. Estimating Khajuraho. You give that time. Request immediate descent from flight level 210 to flight level 50. I say again, aircraft difficult to control. Request emergency landing at Khajuraho. Like that. And then you can give your position details in the end. So here, otherwise, request further instructions was said. So, okay, you are also thinking what to do. You have just reported position. It means in this call, the pilot has not yet thought what to do. The pilot is asking me what to do. But the pilot has called a right ATC. Okay. You can talk about which ATC, but here it is right in the sweet spot of Nagpur, 200 to 250. 210 was the flight level. So Nagpur control very well chosen. Roger made a report intention. So when intention was given, the intention became clear. Situational awareness came. Now, what could happen in the exam? The examiner might not help you or assist you with realistic simulation that I am doing. Maybe because you made some error. But if you don't make an error, this is how the responses would be with any good examiner. So then I said, you give me your intent, what you're supposed to do. And I should have said Roger Pan over here. Roger Mayday was set. So you got a confirmation. If I would have not said Roger Mayday, you would have said Mayday again. Students, whenever nobody acknowledges your Mayday and they're talking to you, you can start with Mayday, Mayday, Mayday again. Remember this point. Generally, they can simulate that. Would like to do emergency landing at Khajuraho. Request immediate descent and clearance. Could have been said. Very good call. Continuation was there. Ultimately, what I wanted came with respect to responses of the ATC. So this is what I call a good day in the exam, where we didn't make any mistakes. We controlled the outcome. We didn't go through any fixed script. And we changed the mindset of the examiner also with respect to what they were thinking will happen. But I'm standing true to the situations I've understood. The question paper demands me to imagine a situation. I make sure I imagine correctly and call the right ATC. Nobody has the strength to reduce marks in that case. So I'm very happy to see that everyone is growing in sequence and everyone is there where they're supposed to be. So 16, 16, it will take 14 from that 14 to 16 to be on the stricter side. 16. You got a good score, 46. The closer it is to your total marks, the better it is. So Zanvi, how do you feel?
So I'm feeling more confident than before about the papers.
Do you think the marks are correctly given to you? You could deserve more or less. What do you feel?
It depends on the examiner and his mood.
No, it depends upon your performance. No
But
matter what the mood is.
but sometimes the examiner could be strict.
I
He
was
could
also
feel
strict.
like,
I was also strict in this case. What do you mean by strict? Why will he or she not respond to you when you're calling the right ATC?
no, because some mistakes will be there. Because
Yeah, there are mistakes. Gyan na? -6, -4. Mistakes are
but,
there.
but
See,
if we
this was
don't
also
give
a
the
mistake.
answers they expect, sometimes they might cut more.
How will they not get it? They got it, right? Check,
Yes.
check. Check. That is also there. The intent also came. Correctly, it came. What else? Carry on. Na? This is good discussion. I'm taking you
So
by
you were
full.
helping me in the first, I mean, with the intention and the sector. If the examiner
No,
decided not to,
no, I was not
then
helping you
you requested intention.
because your intent was not clear.
Yeah, but the examiner might not. That's
Why would the examiner not? Why would you guess that? You have a
no,
relative who
sir.
works there.
No, sir.
So why would you think what the examiner would do? The examiner would do exactly what I'm doing right now. Why do you think I'm good at this? Hmm? Why would you not believe the examiner would not do what I am doing? If there is any reason why, I'm exactly doing what the examiner would do. You are going to get good marks whether you believe it or not. You are getting minimum 76 and 80 anywhere is within your reach. If you focus on like this, if you think this is help, then examiners do this. This is how students clear. Why? Because you called the right ATC. You called Delhi radio in the second one. No reply was expected. It was a departure report. Here you called approach correctly. So what is wrong? Here you gave me a reason. You definitely gave me a reason. I just needed more clarity because I don't know why you are doing it. You explained that give me proper radial and I knew you are determined to do because aircraft was overweight. I didn't give you any hint. I simply asked, why do you want to go? What's the issue? So it's not help students. Why would you think we say a teacher will help you when they see that you are doing the right thing? And then they will give you a few replies. That replies will definitely lead you to some conclusion. This is the essence of our conversation and RT. This is how the real life give and take happens. We help each other. If we are talking about real simulation, pilots and ATCs, aren't they helping each other? They're helping each other with information which will keep them safe, properly managed. So exactly that is what you will feel. Why? Because you're doing it realistically. So in that way, you're right. I was helping you, but I was helping you as an ATC. I was doing my job. The point of concern was language, which was amazing. Rate of speech logging was good. Everything was perfect. And that's where you get assessed. Do you think a real life pilot is not nervous? Do you think a real life air traffic controller is not nervous? Oh, we are nervous. We all are nervous all the time. It is a part of a job. This adrenaline will be there every time you are doing live operations. It's very volatile. Anything could go happen. Everything is like a ticking time bomb. So think about that bomb disposal person who has to work against the clock to disarm a bomb. Exactly that way is our live operation. So yeah, it is a help then. But am I doing it as a teacher just to make you all outshine? No. Why would I do that? So this is good. In your exam also, you can expect a similar thing only. If you do the right thing, the examiner will help you. If this is what we call help. This is basic communication, students. Now that you have got the essence of it, it is happening automatically. You're not even aware about it. This is the strategy. When a student reaches this point, I'm 80% confident about that student to clear. This 80% thing is there, the key. And you have scored 80%. So you see, every checkbox 80, 80, 80 checking means we have to keep doing what we are doing. Of course, we cannot get complacent. We have to work on our mistakes. We have to think about why not 90, why not 95, why not 96. So because your calls would give me a close to 90, 95, why am I not giving those calls? Now that should be our point. Our second point should be that next test will be more of a burden for me because I cannot get less than 76 or 78. We have to maintain that. So for Usaid, he has his own challenge. But there's a big difference between you and other students, or between you as a pilot and other pilots. So it reflects in our communication. Okay, students? So that's it. I really liked it. It's not a help, not at all. I didn't even remember myself this. How would have I reminded you? I just needed to hear why do you want to do all this? What's the problem? I wanted to see if you would say we'll check hydraulics, or we'll just do it because the aircraft is overweight and I'm confirmed to land. I didn't know. I wanted clarity so I could help you. So I just requested for that. And I gave instructions that you maintain your flight level and come on a different radial right now, so that you don't occupy that route. So you did that correctly. I liked it. That was very nice. I remember you gave me a readback of radial. Yeah, over here. Maintaining radial 078. Very good. These things get you points. I am giving you points because the examiner will also give you points. And right ATC called again. See, if technically I have to prove everything is perfect. Here you could have said I have suffered delay 10 minutes, 15 minutes. 1 point I could have given you more, but it's okay. If you didn't say, it's fine, because you've given me revised estimates, revised ETA. And I'm happy with it, I'm happy with your call. This is what you're supposed to make the other people feel. Still, you're getting 16. I was being a little harsh here, because this call didn't have any points to deduct. And I should have given 20, but I'm like, okay, some areas of improvement are there, I can always improve. Mayday was correct. Direct emergency landing was not mentioned. If I would have said go to next question, then probably instead of 16, you might have got how much? 14 only, right? Because emergency landing was not said, or maybe 12 max. Let's say if the examiner would have not said Roger made a report intention, the examiner would have said go to next question. Then no chance of making emergency landing. But apart from that intent, everything else is perfect, right? Let me cut 4 marks for that. 12. Still, how much do I get? Still, how much do I get? Think about it. 16, 12, and 14. If I take again, how much is my percentage? Will I pass or will I not pass? We have to be very careful with our confidence levels, students. Because when we deserve to be confident, we need to be confident. So 42 upon 60. Still, I get 70%. Even with a bad examiner, in this paper, you would have got 70%. Bad as in moody, not willing to help you. If let's say 2 marks more, I will decrease with respect to not helping you. More than that will not be reduced. So 38 divided by 60 into 100. I still get 63.33. If I maintain this in question number 4 and 5, my quality is so good that this will consider as a very good mark and they'll help me clear. So hats off to that. Make sure you know whatever your areas of improvement are and you work on them. And you realize that any day on this paper, you would have got 63% to 80%. So this variation of 17%, we need to push it towards this part, 80s. So this variation is on your performance now, we can say. So what are the areas of improvement? In the first call, explain carefully everything, aircraft overweight and request acted correctly in the first call itself, which you did in the second part. So no examiner will be able to remove any marks. Second question, I don't think departure report was anything wrong. You said revise estimates. It was very well done. And I don't see why 16 is given. You should get more. And question number 3, definitely emergency landing could have been said. And we could have given you 16 directly. You didn't say it, so you are getting 12. So see, now you know your errors. And now you know it's 63. Still passing is 50. Quality is good. We'll push you through part 2. Why will we not? This is our job. So if you focus on fundamentals, basics, your quality is clean, you'll always be in the good light, no matter how the examiner is strict, rude, helpful or not. They'll help you. Definitely they'll help you because it's their job. So Zanvi, final thoughts. What are the things that you could do differently and how are you feeling about the exam?
So I need to improve on doing everything in the first call only. And about the exam, I'm confident I'll clear.
So we need to be balancing part 2 theory very well and keep discussing part 2 doubts also along with part 1 final prep levels for you.
Sir.
Everyone will get at least one mock exam for 25 minutes. So that is the moment where you have to be completely ready for part 1 and part 2. Anybody has any quick questions? We are taking a break at 0120 p.m. And I'll give you a break till 0200, 40 minutes. Yeah, Nukul?
So in first question, rather than return back to the aerodrome, is any other intention we could make?
No. Aurangabad landing only. You cannot go ahead. Or you could try to go to Nagpur if that is faster to you reach to you. But here, because you're just airborne, you're in the immediate vicinity, we could expect ourselves to be, Zanvi to you also, we could expect ourselves to be within 2010 DME distance only. So the call goes to tower only in this case. But yeah, land back to Aurangabad only.
So for this situation, the intention would be land.
For first call.
For-
Yeah. For first call. Because second question says hydraulics normal. It means our flaps are working normal and we decide to go to the destination. Yeah. Students understand in the exams you are allowed to be free to make your own calls. Suchita, quickly tell me your doubt and we'll then break. Whatever else it is, we'll keep it parked and discuss after break.
So second call, the other information, cell call was not given. So we assumed that we had HF on board and then we made the departure message. So if it is not there in the other information that we have cell call, so directly we can make it to the radio, next radio, destination radio, or should we?
See, whenever it is not mentioned that you don't have HF or only VHF on board, two ways, no HF on board or only VHF. If those two words are not there, then you assume you have HF and VHF both. Always, all the time. In this case, whether cell call code is there or not, that is not an indication of HF exists. So we'll assume we have HF and VHF both if only VHF on board or no HF on board are not mentioned in the other information. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Good. Anything else we'll discuss after the break? Please come back, talk, discuss, practice, and let's get done with it. Okay? Very well done, everyone. I'll see you at 0200 p.m., not hours. Enjoy your break. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So I hope so far everybody is having a constructive experience. Anybody wants to discuss anything, any questions, doubts before we get started with the final practice of the session? Very welcome, everyone. Settle down. See, learning from mocks and assessments that we do in these mocks, we see that it's more about the quality of the language, the correctness of the language, and the fluency. That is how any language is determined, right? How fluent are you and how correct are you? So for us in the exams, fluency carries more marks. Fluency can be developed with usage of standard words, phrases, ending with call signs, having a good rate of speech, etc., etc. So many parameters. So I hope Gurpreet, Sajal, Rani, Piyush, Om, Prerit, Sridhar, Rohita, Zanvi, Suchita, Vignesh, Usad. I think everybody is settled, well settled, and ready to go ahead. Delta Alpha Sierra is not here. Manan is not here. Any questions? Usaid, rename yourself. Students, once more, right now, just drop me a message with your dates. It's a constant reminder. Just write a date and time of your examination. Just drop me a message right now. So I'll be pulling up the question paper in a minute or two. So we will all assume that we are in the waiting room. Questions like, should we mention wake turbulence? Yes, you can mention wake turbulence, especially in your first calls, you have to mention it. And we have already discussed what 3 green means. It's an indication to know whether all our landing gears are extended in the landing configuration or not. Whether it's safe or not to land, that can be determined. Long finals, numbering of the route. Everything is fixed. Let's just be ready. I'll take your call, sign, and you will start. Okay? Okay. So we are ready. Remember, everybody has to log in the calls, right? Remember that. And if you have not yet updated me with your dates, then please do so. I've not yet got messages. I'm wondering why. You have to do it. Okay, Vignesh, Nukul, Sajal, Rani, and Janvi have given me the dates. So nobody else is giving exam, I assume. Okay. Okay, Pooja and Usaid. All right. I hope nobody else is missing. Ayush is here. Ayush, how do you read?
Radio 5, Victor Tango Alpha Infinity.
Hmm. All right. So I'm sharing the paper and Victor Tango Romeo Sierra Kilo. You will be solving it in the prescribed time. And as you can see, you can start transmitting now. Okay, Victor Tango Romeo Sierra Kilo. Kindly acknowledge. Okay, all stations, all stations. Mumbai control 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How do you read?
Radio 5, Victor Tango Inform Sierra Delta.
Radio 5, Victor Tango Golf Romeo Papa.
Radio 5, Victor Tango Sierra Juliet Lima.
Radio 5, Victor Tango Romeo Bravo Victor.
Radio 5, Victor Tango Sierra Mike Sierra.
Radio 5, Victor Tango Zulu November Victor.
Radio 5, Victor Tango Alpha Uniform.
Radio 5, Victor Tango November, Kilo Charlie.
Radio 5, Victor Tango, Oscar Mike Golf. Confirm chart 6 or 5.
Station calling, say again, call sign.
I say again, Victor Tango, Oscar Mike Golf.
Confirming chart number. Check which chart matches your bundle of charts and use that. It could be 4, 5, 6.
Chart 6.
You follow that. You should match the chart correctly with the route. Sajal is saying chart 6. Okay. So I'm not getting any response. Victor Tango Romeo Sierra Kilo, are you there? Victor Tango Golf Romeo Papa, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Affirm, sir. Victor Tango Golf Romeo Papa.
Ayush, how do you read?
Read U5.
Okay, good. Okay. So we are doing it with Victor Tango November Kilo Charlie. And Victor Tango November Kilo Charlie, you can start transmitting now. I hope everyone can see the question paper. Chart number 6. Fine. Timer has begun, so you can start transmitting. Nukul, acknowledge.
Affirm, sir.
Good, good.
Chennai radio. Copy. Kolkata radio. Victor Tango Alpha Romeo Tango. FIR report. Victor Tango Alpha Romeo Tango. Heavy. Boeing 787. IFR. Port Blair to Kolkata. One 1145. Radial 350. 150 DME. Outbound Port Blair. Whiskey 12. Flight level 290. Over. Chennai. Kolkata. FIR boundary. Estimating. Charlie. One 59er. Doped 1210. ETA Kolkata 1225. Changing over to Kolkata radio.
Go to next question.
Kolkata control Victor Tango Alpha Romeo Tango Heavy Boeing 787 1215 IFR Port Blair to Kolkata over Charlie Radial 159er 125 DME inbound Kolkata negative RVSM due to equipment estimating doped 1225 ETA Kolkata 1235 request descend to
Victor Tango Alpha Romeo Tango Kolkata control Roger. Say again all after request descent to.
I say again request descend to flight level 230 Victor Tango Alpha Romeo Tango.
Victor Tango Alpha Romeo Tango clear to descend to flight level 230. Report reaching Kolkata control.
Clear to flight level 230 leaving flight level 290 for flight level 230 Wilco Victor Tango Alpha Romeo Tango.
Negative. I say again. Clear to flight level 230 from flight level 290. Kolkata control.
I say again. Clear to flight level 230 from flight level 290 leaving flight level 290 for flight level 230 Wilco Victor Tango Alpha Romeo Tango.
Go to next question. Yeah, go to next question. Okay.
Kolkata Control Victor Tango Alpha Romeo Tango 1230 radial 175 50 DME inbound Kolkata Whiskey 112 flight level 290 due to earthquake at Kolkata would like to deviate towards the Bhubaneswar via Alpha 465 Kakid Whiskey 41 Bhubaneswar request permission.
Go to next question. Okay. Very good, Nukul. Send me your logs, PDF if possible. Otherwise, pictures are fine. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So how was the paper, everyone? Nakul, how was the experience?
So it's good, but yeah, I missed some things.
Missed? Okay, no. Talk about the good things. How was it?
So good thing is I've understood every questions, and I relate to the that which call should I attempt. And yeah, while while saying a call, some things I miss, like in question number 3 I've missed estimates and ETA. And yeah, and here we are in flight level 290, so it's below RVSM flight. So here I was confused. So there is a little bit delay, you can see there.
How much are you expecting?
Maybe, sir, 50-55, I guess.
Okay. I never, when I remember when I had to give the exam, I never thought about the marks. I didn't really know there is a strategy. I was very underprepared. But I had some level of preparation, I could say. And for me, rerouting and diversions were something that I could have never even, thought about doing it. They were so far-fetched with respect to the exam prep. I didn't know what to do, how to do it. So I remember, if I had to think about that point and if somebody had to say, how much would you score? I would have no answer, I'd be like, I don't know, I'm just gonna be confident and see how it goes because I understand something. I'm not sure if I understand everything. And if that is the situation for us, then we generally feel we are at a percentage value of 50, 60, maybe 70. Depends. But I think it's just a number. We should be careful about it because we can actually score points, as in score more marks. If we get more marks, we get through part 1, get into part 2. We need those marks. The marks will come based upon the good things and the mistakes, both. If you do good things, you get good marks. So why do you think you're getting 10 or 12 also? It's because you have taken in so much of effort that we are giving you so much for your effort, for so much you already know. So the final thing is what people miss generally. Somebody gets it, we can call it becoming a pro when something takes time. We all will have our own time of becoming professionals in our RT language. It will come to you one day. Some people can do it during training phase. Some people will do it once they start working in the industry. But you will get to that place where you will be very comfortably be able to speak in this language. So right now, I know it's a little too much to ask for, especially logging. Nukul, your rate of speech was very slow. So you were writing and speaking and it was very slow. We have to be a little fast. And with respect to that, I can say that you were cut to cut on the point. Here, if ATC would have given you a reply in question number 3 and would have requested reply back and all, read back, then you would have exceeded those 15 minutes. So we have to ensure that it is little slow because anyway, everybody has to follow a average bracket of rate of speech. So you have to be a little fast. One strategy is to write fast and whatever you write, keep speaking that. Because writing fast speed is also not too fast. Or generally, if we speak and then write, and we are going to write with the speaking speed, so it will be very slow. So generally what I do is if you have seen me take a call live, then I'll write the first two calls, first two words or phrases and then start transmitting. So try to do that. Overall, it was slow. We would expect you to be a little fast. Going ahead, I really liked your call quality. It was good. You could have made a lot of silly mistakes which you did not make. That's a very big thing, So wherever you don't make a silly mistake, you score a point. So when you called Chennai radio and then said copy and Kolkata radio, the gap, because you are slow, there is a gap. that gap is not logically very describing about why is the gap there. Because the call is going to both ATCs at the same time. Kolkata radio, copy Chennai radio. Chennai radio, copy Kolkata radio. I have to write this fast, or maybe I can go a little slow. Chennai radio, copy Kolkata radio. We try to ensure that, okay, these are the names that we are taking. So when we are taking someone's name, we try to emphasize differently, right? With respect to the name, we overemphasize on the name. So that's what we are supposed to do. So accordingly, if you fix that, then overall your calls would be in a faster time and they would sound really good. Apart from that, FIR report, IFR, lot of dead air in between the same sentence. I could see radial DME, outbound port player. Route was not rightly said. It was whiskey 112. You said whiskey 12. Changing over can be said when you're crossing control boundaries or FIR boundaries. That is fine. We don't need to say changing over when changing to ATCs. Changing over to Kolkata radio. Makes sense. Overall, I didn't find the urgency of the call because it was a very slow rate of speech, but technically it was very good and very clean. So not a lot of marks are missing. It's a good call overall. I think depends anywhere. You can easily get 12 to 14 on this. Being on a stricter side.
Yes, sir.
Because of the rate of speech being a little slow, I'm deducting more marks. I'm being strict there. Route was incorrectly said and little dead air in after time and the radial mentioned. No technical glitches, but I'm being a little stern here with this because for me an FIR report is a very simple call and I expect a very perfect call. So I need that urgency in the call. So you need to develop that urgency in the call, not that emergency urgency, but with respect to how we sound. We need to be a little more active here and a little more. So I think you are headed down there. So your technical call is so good, you'll always get +2 as a buffer. Anywhere this +2 will come in your favor. The examiner will anywhere be very more comfortable in giving this to you. So yeah, here I was writing this. Although while giving the call, it didn't really feel that I'm expecting a very good call, because as an examiner, I would always have something that is idle to my mind also. But then when somebody does something correctly, as an examiner, my perspective changes. And I really focus on the call to see if technically it is right. I can understand, okay, someone might have difficulty in constructing the structure. Somebody will have difficulty in speaking in English. Somebody will have a slow time. Somebody will be fast. Somebody will be slow. Slow gives the examiner more time to focus. Fast examiner will miss out. Fast generally is a sign of a negative lack of discipline. Slow is a sign of discipline, but lack of urgency, we could say. So if you combine that, then I think your call will easily get a 16 on that minimum. Okay. So overall, well done. I'm very impressed by the cleanliness of the call. Question number 2. Negative RVSM. Instead of that, you could have said aircraft unable RVSM due equipment. Request descent to flight level. This was missing. I don't know whether it was a radio error or what. So I asked you to say again, and you nicely said again and ended with your call sign. So I was like, okay. But why did this happen? We don't know. So we have to make sure that we are giving a complete read back. Here also, the purpose of the call.
That time I was saw the paper. So flight level is 290. So I was thinking that it's already non RVSM airfield or flight level. So what should I do?
Actually,
7.
flight level 2980 is a part of RVSM flight level. It starts
Okay,
with
so
flight
both
level
are like
2980 and goes up to flight level 410. So flight level 2980 as well as flight level 410, both are a part of RVSM flight level only. First thing. Now I understand why you got confused. But whenever you get a call like this, so here, what would you have done if you would have been on the RVSM airspace? 2980 students, you are on RVSM level. It was a good, correct understanding of the question. I give you credit to that. You are right about thinking what to do. It is enable RVSM due equipment and request for a non-RVSM flight level. Anyway, you have to request for descend here. I was expecting a request descend and a top of descent type of call combined. Thinking that now anyway I have to start descending. Probably they'll give me descend over adopted, or maybe I can ask right now. So I would have requested to descend to flight level 270 or 250 or 230 like that. Anyway, I'm going to land right now. So it's not going to be a big hassle. And for me, RCF is also not an issue. So it's just an aircraft enable RVSM due equipment. Good use of due equipment. Estimates given. But I need that sense of urgency in the call. Kolkata Control, Victor Tango, Alpha Romeo Tango, Heavy, Boeing 787. Aircraft enable RVSM due equipment. Over Charlie, flight level 2980, Whiskey 112. Estimating DOPID, so and so time, IFR to Delhi, ETA Delhi. I say again, aircraft enable RVSM due equipment. Request descent to flight level 250. Top of descent 1155. Whatever time. Request descent. I say again, aircraft enable RVSM. I can emphasize that so it becomes very logical for me to take the call. And the same thing that you have done is the same thing I'm doing. So we have to think and take decisions accordingly. You just gave me a report and your descent was missing. Why did you leave it blank?
So here I was thinking, sir, what
Why
flight
did you leave
level?
it blank? I had to assume it's a radio communication failure. So you should say disregard or you should say standby, something for the other person. It's a give and take relationship.
Affirm, sir.
Afterwards, you realized flight level 230. This was a good guess. How did it come to you later?
So I thought let's give the flight level lower flight level.
Good thinking.
So I've given.
Good thinking. But why did you not remember flight level 2980 is RVSM?
No, sir, I remember 2980, but I thought from 2980, below the 2980. Sir, I thought 2980 is a non-RVSM
No,
flight
it's
level.
wrong. It is RVSM. Please fix it, everyone. 2980 and 410 both are RVSM flight levels. So here I didn't hear. I saw instead of flight level 2980, I heard flight level 980 only. So I confirmed it with you. Say again. I confirm my clearance. You gave a good readback. It was good handle call. Because I didn't hear it properly, I just asked again as ATC and you corrected it later on. It was good. Good to see that response was good. I was very happy to see that. So here also you get anywhere between 12 to 14. Good response coming back. But again, it was very slow. You could show some urgency and make it a little strong, fast, show some more energy because cleanliness sorted. So now you should focus on mastering it right now. When I say
Affirm, sir.
cleanliness, the language is very well done. I think here, if your rate of speech is fast, then you definitely get a 14 minimum. Anybody would give it that to you if your rate of speech was good and controlled. And no mistakes with numbers. These are critical errors. Here also, not giving the numbers. So you cannot do such critical errors when everything else is so perfect. You should try to not make such critical errors. Okay. So good. This was a tricky question. All of a sudden, you realize Kolkata is closed. What to do? I would have tried to go to Ranchi. Coming to Bhubaneswar is not a bad idea. But here in the flight plan, we need to check what the alternate aerodrome is. Here, alternate is not there. There's no alternate. So we have to decide where to land. I have said yesterday also, instead of deviate, you could say divert. Okay, divert means destination changes. Deviate means routes can change. So don't say deviate. Divert to Bhubaneswar. And your plan, I liked how you tried to explain the plan, made sense. It's your own way, good way. Request permission? No. Request diversion or emergency landing at Bhubaneswar. For you, you are going to make an emergency landing now. Diversion landing is
How
emergency
it's
landing.
emergency landing because earthquake on Kolkata, no? There is no
It's,
wrong
it's,
with aircraft.
it's an emergency because you're not planned to land there.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, it's not a pan call, just an emergency landing. You're not planned to land there. You might not have enough fuel. It was not planned. So you're making an emergency landing. What to do? Kolkata earthquake gone, no point. And check. So here you will say request diversion and emergency landing because it's not planned. Do you understand?
Affirm, sir.
See, this is one of those routes where you have a critical point and point of no return because there's no alternate. In navigation, when you study CPN, PSR, PNR, PET, those times are calculated for such places where you don't have alternates. So here the pilot was strategically aware that I don't have an alternate. I'll go to Bhubaneswar. Pilot was ready to go to Bhubaneswar. Okay. I would have thought if the chart is close to scale, then Ranchi would be better for me to go left, quickly, straight. I don't want to go back and all, something like that. It's okay. We all can choose. Where do we want to go? But because both are not planned, it will be an emergency landing only. Because you might not have enough fuel because you have not planned for it. That's it. You have to account for everything. You can assume that situation. Nakul, what else? Tell me. You could have constructed it a little more professionally, where I've said divert and request diversion to Bhubaneswar or request setting course to Bhubaneswar or request descent could also have been asked over here. And in this question, we are DME inbound Kolkata. So you're going via Alpha 465. So you could mention where will you join Alpha 465 and when will you leave Whiskey 112. So would set course for Alpha on Alpha 465. We leave Dopid so and so time, estimating Alpha so and so time at this flight level. Thereafter Kakid and ETA Bhubaneswar. Kakid time ETA Bhubaneswar. Request clearance instead of permission. Request joining clearance, you could have said. Request diversion clearance, you could have said. Something that we have learned yesterday. Clearance is also fine. Permission is not a word. We will not use permission. Yesterday also I said we will not use permission. So overall, a lot of correctness is there in the call. A lot of confusion is also there in the call, with which what is the pro level thing that we are required to give exams to get 20 on 20. So you get 12 marks, which is a very good score. So if we check, the scores are pretty much in the healthy side, which is a good thing on a worst case scenario also. So you don't have a big problem anywhere that I see. Your consistency is there. Good or bad, you are maintaining consistent. How much are we getting? That is crucial for us to see with respect to how much we were expecting. So that should increase your confidence a little more. So 63%. Yeah, that is a very good score. Because I don't think you practice much of live calls anytime. %67%. Very good. So you are inching towards 70 on your first mocks. I think you just have to be a little fast. Don't be very slow. And make sure that does not impact your quality. Your quality is good. If you go a little faster with respect to how you sound, and if you use the proper words and phrases, you easily get +4 here, +2 here, and +4 here. So your area of improvement here, from where I see, you're getting 10 marks extra. 10 marks. That is tremendous. If you add 10 extra, see what happens to this score. It becomes 48 upon 60. It becomes 80% directly. So if we work on those issues where we have found technical glitch, that use proper phrases and have a good healthy rate of speech, don't be too slow, show that urgency, why your calling should be emphasized more, then you see you are inching towards perfection in your first attempt itself. If you add 10 here, interestingly, your marks will further increase so much. So you see the possibility and you see the area of improvement.
Form, sir.
And if you work on it in this direction, it is good. So how do you feel overall? A lot of area of improvement, but there is a lot of quality. We need to increase on the improvement and maintain the quality.
Yes,
So how do you feel about it?
Sir, good. I have practiced a lot, but yeah, small things I have missed here in this calls. So I have to practice again for this minor mistakes. For these minor mistakes.
Yeah, very good. See, you still have consistency. So that is very good. Your difference between minimum max is not much. So that is consistency. So we need to maintain the minimum. If we go below the minimum, our scores will decrease. So that is what you need to do. And yeah, you need to do a lot of hard work. But if you go in this direction, you will easily get the best marks that you need for your part 1. So we make sure that we make our preparation with respect to now, today, in this direction only. So we realize where we are and we try to increase our chances of practice. Okay. So open session for questions. Anyone has any questions with respect to what could have done? What could have we done in this situation? Any doubts? FIR report, enable RVSM due equipment with ATC, simple call. Destination close due earthquake, you can request for diversion. Bhubaneswar, Ranchi, both are available for you to divert. Anything that you need from me right now?
Does not require crossing clearance. Victor Tango inform Sierra Delta.
I could not hear you properly. Say again.
Sir, FIR control does not require crossing clearance.
FIR boundary, it requires crossing clearance. Here, we have said we are changing. It means we are just informing we are doing it. We are pre-cleared to fly this airspace. When our flight plan is approved, we are pre-approved to cross all our control boundaries and FIR boundaries. That's why many a times when you are doing international flight, you're coming from an international FIR to Indian FIR, you can say request crossing clearance once because of the national border changing. So you say that, okay, am I still allowed or not? But generally when ADC is issued, FIC is issued, we assume that we are allowed. We just need to keep reporting that I'm changing from one boundary to next, one boundary to next. Wherever I'm not cleared to enter, I would request crossing clearance or request permission to cross means request permission to enter. So yeah, here we don't need, even if we don't say request crossing clearance, it's fine. It's an FIR report. So as per the report, you don't have to request for a crossing clearance. Just a report you say. Ayush, what's on your mind?
Sir, in question number 2 and 3, Both the call has given that we are inbound Kolkata. Then we use different radials in both call. It is right.
Here the radial was incorrect, but we are using hypothetical data. So I know my aircraft pilot is lost. So the different radials they gave, I realized that ideally speaking, they are on a radial where they are closing to your diverted track only. So that way it was an assumption, assuming that they were deviated from that track a little bit. But Nukul, you consciously gave different radials or purposely gave different radials?
Affirm, sir.
Affirm to what?
Victor Tango November Kilo Charlie.
No, I'm asking, did you purposely give or did you just
No, sir. I have just
randomly?
randomly, sir.
Okay, so
Because I was
hypothetically.
confused, sir. When I was looking on the chart, I was confused that 159er radial is for next track. It was I was in hurry, so that's why I just give randomly, hypothetically.
Fine, no issues. So Ayush, you stick to the correct radials if you can figure that out, no problem.
Oh.
Gurpreet, what's on your mind?
Sir, in the last question, 50 DMA outbound Kolkata. Sir,
outbound, inbound?
Inbound Kolkata.
Sir,
in Kolkata VOR, there is a 25 nautical mile CTR. So, sir, I think if the aircraft is in 50 DMA inbound Kolkata, the aircraft is in CTA approach. So sir, where should pilot should where should I call Kolkata approach or Kolkata control in this condition?
You can talk to approach or control, both will work in your favor. Ideally here, if you say your flight level is a lower flight level than the earlier one, then approach makes sense. Here, if you see students, if this is Kolkata, then there is one route from where you are coming and there's this one route. So this is 159er radial, this route, and this route is 199er radial. Okay. So here one CTR is visible, and then there is this straight line here, and then a cross line here. That straight line can be considered as your CTA boundary. Okay. So here when we are being told we are 50 DME, so we know we are somewhere here. Okay. Our aircraft is somewhere here now. Our flight level is not mentioned. So we assume at 50 DME what flight level would be. Are we assuming that we have taken a descent or not? Based upon that assumption and based upon your actual descent, you would have been given a descent in the earlier call when the clearances were asked. So that place we had flight level 230. A continuity had to be maintained here if the flow would have gone like that. So with respect to that continuity, we would have gotten our flight plan, flight level. As per that, we could have called the right ATC. Here we see on the chart, there is SMC, there is tower, and there is approach. Approach makes sense because there is also a small fraction that gives me like this. So approach is also given clearance from 50 to 460. So approach makes sense. You can call approach also. If not, then control you have called fine, assuming you are at a higher flight level, then also it makes sense. But more sense would have been made via call being made to approach. But then the clearance to change the route and go to Bhubaneswar would have been given to you by Kolkata only. So Kolkata would have checked with Bhubaneswar, Kolkata control would have checked with Bhubaneswar if they are capable of taking you or not, and then help you with the clearance. So you tell whichever ATC you are in touch with. So if we tell approach will try to contact Bhubaneswar first and see. Or approach will talk to control and control will do it and control will get back to you because it will have larger area of control. Okay. So Gurpreet, yeah, with respect to this, you can definitely make the call to Kolkata approach. So नुकुल, आपने क्यों कॉल कंट्रोल को किया, अप्रोच को नहीं किया? क्या चल रहा था दिमाग में? Nukul, you are on mute.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, give me a moment. 1 minute.
What is give me one moment in RT students? It's standby. Use it, standing by. Pooja, how are you feeling now? Will you be ready to give a call if prepared? Vignesh, you also. Sajal, are you waiting for next call? Rani, how are you? Are you ready or not? You were unavailable a few time ago, so we had to change the simulation. Zanvi, how are you feeling? Suchita, how are you feeling? Rohita, how's it going on for your students? If there's anything not going well, do let me know. Keep giving your feedback. Nukul, I'm waiting for your response. You seem like you're not ready. I'll get back to you later. You see, there are technical errors in the call, but the call is guided by good language. So you definitely get marks in your favor.
Sir, I have missed that CTA line, I think.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we need to be a little more careful. Okay. I could have made the call first to approach, thinking I was in touch with approach. Okay, fine. Anything else? Any questions? Zanvi, any notes? Suchita, any notes on this? Is it helping you? The discussions that I've given, the solutions that I've given. Nukul, are you satisfied?
Yes, sir, it's helpful.
Sir, sir, in the third question, in deviation,
Diversion.
diversion.
When your destination is changing, it's diversion. When your route is changing but destination not, that is deviation. So diversion. You need diversion because you're changing your destination. Yeah, Vignesh, carry on.
In that diversion, I think I don't know whether he has used direct alpha. I think that could be added. Direct alpha, then the route, next waypoint, then the emergency landing.
Yeah, that's what even I was suggesting that. But you say one point of intersection on the route. Where do you think you'll be going?
Yeah.
Somebody wants to go direct alpha. In your case, you could do that, Vignesh.
Okay.
So that's okay. Yeah. It's not a compulsion to do that, but if you want, you can do that in your case.
But we are in a different route, whiskey 112. So that we need to mention that direct or some point, or should be mentioned, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
We have to mention our approximate plan to join a new route and our estimates with respect to that point of joining that new route. Of course. See, students, the examiners are there to first check your language. Of course, if Nukul, you do the same thing in the exam, even if you get 60, 63, they might not send you. Why? Because they didn't get the feel. That feel is something that I want everybody to have, but initially, first timers, they don't really have that feel because of panic and the other mistakes that happen. So we practice that right here and we take it seriously. It's not a joke. Everything that I do, students, it matters. If you follow and if you believe, you will see. These things are tried and tested. And when I'm confident about something, students, that thing happens, definitely happens. Because my point of confidence is structured with valid points wherever I'm using my mind and my planning. So if you are a part of it, you need to have that confidence. If you don't have the confidence, then you have not taken the best out of the training yet. You have time, you take it, you build it, and you talk to me every now and then what's happening. Be proactive. Keep texting, getting your messages across, voice notes, whatever. Keep the conversation going on. Let's enjoy this. This should be feeling like real training, not just like a learning that you're doing from a textbook. I understand I'm learning a language. I'm creating real life scenarios and trying to communicate. It's good simulation. My training has begun. My training to become a professional pilot has begun, and this is one of the classes I had to take to reach there. So you be practical now. I can see improvements happening. More to come. So many students who have not yet spoken now, you all think that your not chance is gonna come. So definitely, we'll be doing Pooja, Vignesh, Sajal, Rani, Zanvi, Suchita on priority, Nukul, Pooja, right? So Om, Gurpreet, Sridhar, Rohita, Ayush. For you, it should be like, okay, fine. We are getting something way better, and that is going to help us in our first attempts itself. So you become pros right now and become pros in the making. Right. Aditya is not here. He could have benefited out of it. So Prerit, Rohita, Gurpreet, for you, it's going to be Sridhar. For you, it's going to be tremendously beneficial. So you take it all seriously and you get back in touch with me if you need something else. I'll take a leave. We'll meet tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do more calls, more difficult situations, learn a few more things. I'm expecting a little more interaction from you all. So I'll be giving you direct questions for you to directly talk with me. That way we will also touch base our part 2 simulations. Probably everyone who's appearing for Hyderabad, for Delhi, will get a chance to speak tomorrow, and casually I'll be doing an exchange of part 2 questions also. You'll have to talk to me when I take your call sign, be
Sir,
it, and then give me your answers. Yes, please go ahead.
सर कल मेरी नाइट शिफ्ट है तो मेरे को मुझे नहीं लगता कि मैं 3 बजे तक रह पाऊंगी क्लास में। 11 बजे ज्वाइन करूंगी पर 3 बजे तक नहीं रह पाऊंगी।
No
आज
issue.
है नाइट।
You try your best. Try your best, no
Okay.
issue. Whenever you want to leave, you can leave. And if you want to practice and you are short on time, you can always message me, students. People who are working, you know, I'm always here to support. So it's okay, don't worry. हो सकता पहले बता देना सुबह भी एक बार, तो अगर आपका चांस आ रहा है तो आपको पहले प्रैक्टिस करवाएंगे ना, तो आप वो अटेंड कर पाओ जाने से पहले. गुड. तो स्टूडेंट्स कीप मी अपडेटेड. ठीक है पूजा, आप बता दो मुझे सुबह एक बार रिमाइंडर दे देना क्लास में. तो अगर आपका नाम है कल तो कल आपको पहले करा देंगे, नहीं तो फिर आपको जब जाना है आप जा सकते हो. सजल, व्हाट्स ऑन योर माइंड?
Sir, can you please share the part 2 lectures?
Yeah. Students, whatever you are pending with on your request, drop me a message, please. Okay. And until then, make sure you are doing thorough revisions and keeping all your doubts parked. You should not be stuck or sitting idle, because right now not is the right time to sit idle. So anything that is pending, any request, just highlight it again over messages. And please be patient. And please be studying and studying, okay? Like, don't be self-dependent, okay? Self-reliant is what I'm trying to say. Do not think that something is pending and I will not flare. You say it's all about getting into that rhythm. Am I building up the rhythm right now? So your points of improvements that I'm telling you are the key factors for you to get into the rhythm if you work on those points. And whenever you're waiting for something, until then revise. Let's see if anything in your parking lot is increased or decreased. And be confident, okay? And be mutually together in this. Like, it should not be like there's any sort of barrier in your learning, okay? So make sure you're mentally clear. Okay. Anything that you'll need, drop me a message and I'll make sure. Anything on priority, your message pan. Anything that has not yet been acknowledged, you just re-highlight it once again. All in good faith, okay? Chalo, I'll take your leave, students. I'll see you tomorrow. Make sure you all are ready. All right?
Thank you so much, sir. Victor, thank you God from you, Papa.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.